Beneath the streets of modern Mexico City lies a stone that held a universe. The Aztec calendar is far more than an ancient artifact. It is a complex map of time, prophecy, and human destiny carved into a 24-ton disk of basalt. By the end of our journey, you will understand how an entire civilization used this stone wheel to navigate the cosmos and secure its very survival. We will uncover why they believed our world is the fifth creation, and what terrifying ritual they performed to stop the sun from dying forever. I would love to know where you are listening from right now and what the local time is for you as we begin. What part of your own life feels written in the stars? That 24-ton stone disk was unearthed by accident during repairs to the city's main square. Workers in 1790 did not expect to find a god buried beneath their feet. The colossal slab, wider than a full-grown giraffe is tall, was not a calendar in the way we think of one today. It was a universe captured in basalt. Its surface is a dizzying mosaic of symbols, a riot of carved serpents, claws, and celestial figures all orbiting a central, fearsome face. This is the sun itself demanding its due. Each ring of the stone tells a different story of time and terror. It maps the 20-day signs of the sacred cycle, the 260-day spiritual wheel, and even the history of the four worlds, or suns, that existed before our own. Each of those previous creations was said to have been destroyed by a different cataclysm, by jaguars, wind, fire, and rain. The stone was the Aztec answer to the ultimate question of why the world is the way it is. It explained their place in a cosmos that had already been wiped clean 4 times. This was not an object you consulted to find a date. It was a sacred diagram of reality itself, a constant, heavy reminder that the fifth sun, their sun, was also destined to end. And so this stone sat at the very heart of their empire, not just as a monument, but as the central focus of rituals meant to feed the sun and postpone that final shuddering earthquake. Its rediscovery centuries later gives us the key to unlocking their entire worldview, a story written in stone, waiting for its symbols to be read once more. According to that stone, our world is a fragile fifth attempt. Before the sun rose, the Aztecs believed the universe had already been created and then utterly annihilated 4 separate times. Each of these eras was called a sun, and each was ruled by a different god, only to be destroyed by its own ruling force. The first world was the sun of Earth. Its people were giants, living under the dominion of the god Tezcatlipoca. This era did not end quietly. It was torn apart by jaguars, the great cats surging from the shadows to devour every last giant and shatter the sun itself. The second age dawned, the son of wind, ruled by the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl. This world was one of immense power and grace, but its destiny was to be swept away. A colossal hurricane scoured the land, transforming the people into monkeys who clung to the trees as their civilization was erased by the very air they breathed. Then came the third creation, the Son of Rain. This was the domain of the rain god Tlaloc, a world nourished by water but ultimately condemned by it. Its end did not come as a gentle storm, but as a rain of fire, a torrent of molten rock and ash that poured from the sky, consuming everything. The fourth world was the Son of Water, governed by the goddess Chalchut-Likyu. She was a kind ruler who blessed her people with waters of great sweetness, but even her benevolence could not prevent the cycle. The heavens broke open, and a global flood submerged the entire world, leaving only fish swimming in the ruins of what had been. This profound myth of repeated creation and cataclysm shaped everything. It meant that time was not a straight line marching toward a distant future, but a great turning wheel. Each age was destined to be consumed by the element that defined it. Our own time, the fifth and current sun, is the sun of movement, ruled by the sun god Tanatia. The Aztecs believed this era, our era, will end in a final world-shattering earthquake. This is why the calendar was not merely a way to mark days. It was a sacred instrument, a desperate and vital tool for reading the signs and performing the rituals needed to keep the sun moving across the sky. They were not living in a permanent world. They were caretakers of a temporary one, charged with the immense responsibility of postponing the inevitable through faith and sacrifice, all to hold that fifth earthquake at bay for just one more day. This entire cosmic drama was tracked not by one, but by two separate calendars running in perfect eternal parallel. The first was the Zu Pohueli, the year count. This was the solar calendar, a cycle of 365 days that governed the tangible world. It told farmers when to plant their maize and when to expect the rains. It dictated the rhythm of the empire, marking the seasons for war, for trade, and for the collection of tribute from conquered cities. This was the calendar of the sun and the soil, the public measure of a civilization's life. But running alongside it, like a hidden current beneath a visible river, was the Tonalpohueli, the day count. This was the sacred calendar, a cycle of 260 days that mapped the spiritual landscape. Every single day in this cycle was not just a date, but a unique combination of a number from 1 to 13 and one of 20 sacred day signs like crocodile, wind, house, or eagle. Each of these combinations carried its own potent energy, its own divine patrons, and its own destiny. This was the calendar that determined your fate from the moment of your birth, that named you, and that prescribed the most auspicious times for any important undertaking. Think of these two great cycles not as separate timelines, but as two colossal interlocking gears. One gear, the solar year, had 365 teeth. The other, the sacred cycle, had 260. They turned together day by day, but because the number of days in each cycle was different, a specific combination of a solar date and a sacred date would not repeat itself for a very, very long time. It took exactly 52 years for these two great wheels to complete a full revolution and realign at their starting point. This completed cycle was the Aztec century, known as the calendar round. Can you feel the tension that would build as such a cycle neared its end? For the Aztecs, the final night of the 52nd year was a time of ultimate peril. Every fire in the empire was extinguished. Pregnant women were locked away, fearful they might turn into monsters. The people climbed onto their rooftops, staring into a black and starry sky, gripped by a terrifying question. Would the gods permit the cycles to click forward once more? Would the sun rise again? Or was this the moment the fifth sun met its destined end, consumed by a final world-ending earthquake? The renewal of that fire on a sacrificial victim's chest, high on a temple, was not just a ritual. It was the moment they collectively held their breath, waiting to see if their world would be granted another 52 years of life. This solar year, the Zu Pohueli, was the steady, predictable heartbeat of the empire. Its 365 days were neatly divided into 18 months, each 20 days long, with a final ominous period of 5 empty days tacked on at the end. Each of these 18 months was a world in itself, a chapter in the annual story of survival, tied to the land, the sky, and the gods who bridged them. The year began with Atlcahulo, the ceasing of water. This was a tense, hopeful time, as the first maize seeds were blessed and planted, with ceremonies pleading to the Tlaloc, the rain gods, for a gentle season. The second month, Tlacacsipuelistli, was the flaying of men, a gruesome but vital festival honoring Sipe Todak, our Lord the Flayed One. This was the time for planting the main maize crop and the rituals of renewal, where priests wore the skins of sacrificed captives, symbolized the earth shedding its old skin to be reborn fresh and fertile. As the young corn sprouted, the month of Tazastantli, the small vigil, arrived. This was a quieter period of offerings and fasting, asking for the continued health of the fragile new crops. Huey Tazasli, the great vigil, followed, a direct appeal to the maize goddess Chikamekutl herself, where bundles of the previous year's corn were paraded to ensure a bountiful harvest to come. The rhythm continued through Toxcatl, a month of profound dread and sacrifice to the supreme god Tezcatlipoca, ensuring the sun's strength for the growing season. Then came Atzalcualistli, a time of joyful eating from the bowl, when the first beans and maize were tender enough to eat, celebrated with feasts for the rain god Tlaloc. As the summer heat intensified, Tecuilhuatantli, the festival of the small lords, honored the salt goddess Huixtasihuatl, while Huey Tecuilhuatl, the festival of the great lords, celebrated mature maize with dances and offerings to Xochipilli, the god of flowers and pleasure. The air then shifted with Tlaxicamaco, the bestowing of flowers, a beautiful month dedicated to the war god Huitzilopochtli, where his image was adorned with fragrant blooms. This led into Xochitl, the Fruit Falls, a summer celebration for the fire god Xochitl, involving a ceremonial pole climbing contest and a reminder of life's fleeting nature. Uchpanisli, the sweeping of the roads, was a time of both literal and spiritual cleansing, where the earth goddess Tos I was honored, and the main harvest of maize and squash began in earnest. This great harvest continued through Teotl, the arrival of the gods, a month of waiting and watching for divine signs. Tepelhutl, the festival of the mountains, honored the rain-making mountain spirits and the earthly sources of water so crucial to the harvest. Quetzalcoatl, the precious feather, was a month for hunters dedicated to Mixcoatl, the cloud serpent and god of the chase, marking a shift from agriculture to hunting as the weather cooled. Panquetzalisli, the raising of banners, was a spectacular, noisy festival for Huitzilopochtli, celebrating his birth with processions, dances, and reenactments of cosmic battles. Atmosli, the descent of water, was a quiet, cautious time as people watched the skies for the first signs of the winter rains, praying they would not become destructive floods. The final official month, Tititl, was one of contraction and darkness, honoring the ancient mother goddess Illimitcutli, a fitting end before the 5 unlucky days. Those final 5 days, the Nemontimi, were a time held in collective fear. All work ceased. People stayed indoors, barely speaking, for these were hollow, nameless days that belonged to no god. It was believed any child born during this time was cursed with an unlucky fate. This entire, intricate dance of months formed the practical backbone of existence. It was a civilization's way of marrying its labor to its faith, ensuring that every planted seed and every harvested ear of corn was also a prayer, a direct transaction with the forces that kept their fragile world turning. While the solar calendar organized the world of seasons and work, the Tonalpohualli mapped the hidden world of the spirit. This 260-day count was the sacred pulse of destiny itself, a divine mechanism that priests used to read the fate of individuals and the empire. Its structure was both elegant and profound, built from the marriage of 20-day signs and the numbers 1 through 13. Each day in this endless cycle was a unique fusion of a number and a sign, creating 260 distinct combinations before the sequence began anew. Think of it as a celestial loom, weaving a never-repeating pattern of spiritual energy. The 20-day signs were not mere labels, but powerful symbols, each one a portal to a specific set of forces. A person born on the day 1 crocodile, for instance, was imbued with a different essence, a different potential and challenge than someone born on 7 rain or 13 reed. Your birth date in this cycle was considered your most fundamental identity. It was your name, and it was believed to dictate the very fabric of your character, your talents, and the path you were destined to walk through life. A child born under the sign of rabbit might be destined for a life of pleasure and potential indulgence, while one born under the sign of flint might be fated for a life of hardship, yet also of great strength and resilience. This was not seen as a random assignment, but as the gods themselves weaving the thread of your soul into the grand tapestry of existence. Priests were the master weavers who could read this pattern. Before any major state decision, from launching a military campaign to crowning a new emperor, they would consult the tonal pohueli to find the most auspicious day, the combination of number and sign that would grant the favor of the gods. It was the ultimate tool of prophecy, a way to align human action with the divine currents that flowed through time. Your fate was not your own in the way we might think of it today. It was a sacred contract written in the stars at your first breath, a contract that the entire society was structured to honor and decipher. Sipactli, the crocodile, opens the sacred cycle, a creature of primal earth and water. Born from the primordial swamp, this sign is ruled by Tanaketakutli, the lord of our sustenance. Those born under Sipactli are seen as the foundation builders, patient, resilient, and deeply connected to the material world. Their strength lies in their incredible determination and ability to nurture long-term projects, but they can struggle with a tendency towards stubbornness or a fear of letting go of the past. Next comes Ehecatl, the wind, a force of sudden change and breath. Its patron is Quetzalcoatl himself, the feathered serpent god of wisdom and life. A wind sign individual is a communicator, a bringer of new ideas and a catalyst for movement. They are intelligent, adaptable, and free-spirited, though their challenge is a potential for restlessness or scattering their energy without seeing things through. Kali, the house, represents family, tranquility, and inner peace. Governed by Tepayalotl, the heart of the mountain, these people are the anchors of their communities. They are protective, loyal, and find their greatest strength in creating a safe, stable home for others. Their challenge can be a resistance to the outside world, sometimes becoming too withdrawn or overly cautious. Huitzpalin, the lizard, embodies vitality, agility, and the warmth of the sun. Linked to Huhucoyotl, the old coyote god of storytelling and mischief, this sign grants a playful, optimistic, and highly active nature. They are quick-witted and charming, but must beware of a short attention span or a tendency towards superficiality in their pursuits. Codal, the serpent, is a symbol of transformation, duality, and hidden knowledge. Its ruling force is Chalchutlikyu, the goddess of flowing waters. A serpent person is intuitive, wise, and possesses a deep, often private, inner life. They have the strength to shed old skins and reinvent themselves, but their path involves grappling with their own dualities and learning to trust their powerful instincts. Ubiquitously, death is not an end but a transition, a sign of profound cycles and necessary endings. Its patron is Mictlan Tekutli, the lord of the underworld. Those marked by death are natural philosophers, drawn to life's deepest mysteries. They possess immense resilience and the ability to help others through difficult changes, yet they must learn to navigate their own relationship with melancholy and avoid becoming consumed by shadows. Mythical, the deer, is the heart of the gentle hunter, a sign of sensitivity, grace, and a love for the wilderness. Its deity is Tlaloc, the god of rain and fertility. Deer people are empathetic, artistic, and move through the world with a quiet dignity. Their strength is their deep connection to nature and emotion, while their challenge is a potential for timidity or being easily wounded by a harsh world. Touchly, the rabbit, governs pleasure, fertility, and the art of celebration. Ruled by Mayhul, the goddess of the Magi plant and pulque, rabbit individuals are charismatic, joyful, and often blessed with good fortune. They are the life of any gathering, but they must be cautious of overindulgence and learning to balance their love for pleasure with deeper responsibilities. Adel water is the essence of emotion, intuition, and the unconscious mind. Its influence comes from Zu-Tekutli, the lord of fire and time, in a powerful union of opposing elements. Water signs are perceptive, healing, and possess a fluid ability to adapt to any situation. Their emotional depth is their greatest gift, yet it can also be their greatest challenge, leading to overwhelming feelings or a tendency to get lost in their own inner currents. Itzcuintli, the dog, represents loyalty, guidance, and unwavering companionship. Its patron is Mictlan Tekutli, who uses dogs as guides for souls. A dog person is profoundly faithful, honest, and possesses a strong sense of justice. They are the protectors and the true friends, though they must guard against a tendency for blind devotion or placing their trust in the wrong hands. Ozomatli, the monkey, is the sign of creativity, humor, and cleverness. Governed by Xochipilli, the prince of flowers and art, monkey individuals are inventive, playful, and masters of their craft. They bring laughter and innovation, but their challenge is to avoid mischief that turns destructive or a scattered focus that prevents them from fully realizing their brilliant ideas. Imalinelli, the grass, symbolizes tenacity, hard work, and the power of twisting and binding. Its deity is Paitcatl, the god of healing and herbs. Those born under this sign are incredibly persistent, able to thrive in difficult conditions through sheer effort. They are the quiet survivors, though they can sometimes become entangled in their own struggles or feel bound by duty. A cattle, the reed, is a symbol of authority, truth, and upright stability. Its ruling force is Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror, a god of destiny and power. Reed people are natural leaders, principled and just, with a strong inner core. They are destined for roles of responsibility, but must be wary of becoming too rigid or authoritarian in their pursuit of order. Oslotl, the jaguar, embodies strength, secrecy, and the power of the shaman. Its patron is Tlaloc, linking this fierce sign to the mysteries of the earth and the night. Jaguar individuals are courageous, confident, and possess a powerful, often hidden spiritual force. They are warriors in their own realms, but their path requires them to master their own inner darkness and primal instincts. Quothly, the eagle, soars as a sign of vision, nobility, and the warrior spirit. It is ruled by Huitzilopochtli, the relentless sun god. Eagle people are ambitious, perceptive, and born to lead from the front. Their strength is their incredible foresight and courage, yet they must be careful not to let their lofty perspective turn into arrogance or a cold detachment from those below. Quetzalcoatl, the vulture, is a sign of purification, far sight, and the cleansing of decay. Its deity is Itzpapalotl, the obsidian butterfly, a fearsome and complex goddess. Vulture individuals have the unique ability to see value where others see none, to transform rot into renewal. They are patient observers and agents of necessary change, though they often grapple with being misunderstood or carrying the weight of what they must cleanse. All-in movement is the essence of earthquake energy, a sign of constant change, destiny, and seismic shifts. Its patron is Xolotl, the twin of Quetzalcoatl and the god of Venus. Those born under this powerful sign are catalysts, their lives defined by significant transitions and a relentless drive for progress. They are adaptable and powerful, but their journey is one of learning to navigate constant upheaval without losing their center. Tecpatl, the flint knife, represents sacrifice, discipline, and sharp truth. Its ruling deity is also Tezcatlipoca, emphasizing judgment and reality. Flint individuals are incisive, focused, and able to cut through illusion to reach the core of any matter. Their strength is their unwavering integrity and precision, while their challenge is to wield their sharp nature with wisdom and avoid causing unintended wounds. Quetzalcoatl, rain, brings the energy of sudden nourishment, emotional release, and the blessings of the storm. It is governed by Chantico, the goddess of the hearth and volcanic fire. Rain signs are generous, passionate, and bring vitality to any situation. They can be unpredictable, their emotions arriving like a summer downpour, and they must learn to channel their intense energy constructively rather than letting it become a destructive flood. Finally, Xochitl, the flower, closes the cycle with beauty, art, and the joy of life itself. Its patron is Xochiquetzal, the goddess of love, flowers, and creative power. Flower people are artists, lovers, and the embodiment of pleasure and harmony. They remind everyone of the beauty in existence, yet their path involves learning that true beauty is often found in imperfection, and that joy must sometimes be balanced with the realities of the world. So which of these 20 souls resonates with your own? Is your path that of the steady crocodile, the transformative serpent, or the visionary eagle? This ancient system offers not a rigid fate, but a portrait of the divine potential woven into your very being, a celestial fingerprint left by a civilization that saw every human life as a vital thread in the cosmos. But the day sign was only half the story. Its meaning was forever shaped by the number it danced with, 1 through 13. These numbers were not just quantities, they were spiritual forces in their own right, known as the tonal Pohuelis Tricinas. Each number from 1 to 13 carried a distinct energy, a kind of celestial charge that amplified, softened, or challenged the nature of the day sign it was attached to. A day like 1 crocodile carried the raw, initiating power of beginnings, while a day like 13 deaths spoke of a major, fated ending. This combination created an astoundingly nuanced system for reading destiny, where every single day held a unique personality and potential. The number 1 was a force of unity and beginnings, a spark of pure potential. A day ruled by 1 was considered highly auspicious for starting new ventures, for planting seeds both literal and metaphorical. It was a day of initiative and originality. The number 2 represented duality, partnership, and sometimes division. It brought energy related to balance, but also to choice and potential conflict. A day under 2's influence was good for forming alliances, but it also required careful navigation of opposing forces. 3 was the number of hearth and home, of stability and the central fire around which life gathers. It lent a domestic, fortunate energy to any day sign, making it ideal for family matters and establishing a solid foundation. 4 was a powerful structural force linked to the 4 cardinal directions that held up the world. It brought stability, order, and a sense of completeness, but it could also signify being boxed in or constrained by circumstances. 5 was the essence of instability and unpredictability. It was often seen as a challenging number, associated with excess and the chaotic forces that the Aztecs worked so hard to keep at bay. A day ruled by 5 required caution and careful action. 6 was the number of flow and gradual progress. It was not a force of sudden change, but of steady, persistent movement, like a river carving its path. It was generally a favorable energy for long-term endeavors that required patience. 7 was a deeply mystical number, connected to destiny and the hidden layers of reality. It could bring great insight or reveal secret knowledge, but it also carried a fated, sometimes inescapable quality. 8 was the energy of intensity and double strength. It amplified the qualities of the day sign for better or for worse. If the sign was fortunate, 8 made it more so. If it was difficult, 8 intensified the challenge. 9 was linked to the night, the underworld, and the mysteries of the unseen. It was a number of introspection and endings, often portending a conclusion or a necessary descent before a new cycle could begin. 10 was the number of community and public life, of the collective over the individual. It brought energy related to law, order, and one's role within the larger social structure. 11 was a complex force of transition and loss. It was often considered unlucky, associated with wandering, vagrancy, and things that were unmoored from their proper place. 12 was a sacred number of completion and understanding tied to the cosmic order. It was a highly favorable force, suggesting a divine blessing or a moment of profound clarity and resolution. And finally, 13 was the ultimate number of ascension and completion in the sacred cycle. It represented the highest point, the summit of a spiritual journey. A day ruled by 13 was one of immense power and fated significance, often marking major turning points or the culmination of a long process. This intricate interplay reveals an understanding of life that was not simplistic. The Aztecs did not believe in purely good or bad days. They saw time as a constant interplay of forces, a balance of light and shadow where every combination offered both a gift and a challenge. Your birth date, a specific fusion of number and sign, was not a life sentence of good or bad luck, but a celestial blueprint of your inherent strengths and the specific spiritual trials you were meant to navigate. It was a map of your soul's potential, written in the language of a cosmos that was alive, intelligent, and constantly in motion. This intricate dance of numbers and signs was all building toward a single, terrifying night. Every 52 years, the two great calendars, the solar year and the sacred cycle, completed their long, slow turn and clicked back into perfect alignment. This was the calendar round, the Aztec century, and its conclusion was not a time for celebration, but for collective terror. The entire empire held its breath, waiting to see if the universe would simply end. On the final day of the 52nd year, as darkness fell, a profound and fearful silence descended. Every single fire in every single home, from the humblest farmer's hut to the emperor's own palace, was carefully extinguished. Pottery was shattered in the streets. Pregnant women were confined and hidden away, their faces masked, for it was believed that if the world ended that night, they would transform into wild, monstrous beasts. The people, from the mightiest warrior to the smallest child, climbed onto their rooftops, their eyes fixed on the night sky, staring toward a specific hilltop far to the south of the capital. There, on the Hill of the Star, a procession of priests climbed in the utter blackness, their hearts heavy with the weight of the cosmos. They carried with them a captive, a carefully chosen warrior who embodied the very essence of vitality and courage. At the summit, they waited in the cold, their gaze locked on the star cluster we call the Pleiades. They believed that if the gods had decided to end the fifth sun, this would be the moment the stars would halt in their heavenly path. If the Pleiades continued to move across the sky, it was the signal to proceed. The high priest would then take a fire drill and, with all the strength of his faith and desperation, plunge it into the breast of the bound captive. The goal was not merely to kill, but to create a spark, to literally strike a new fire from a human heart. Can you feel the tension of that moment? The entire civilization, millions of people, was waiting in darkness, their fate depending on a single small flame born from a sacrificial act. When that fire finally caught, a roar of relief and joy would erupt across the valley. Runners, their torches lit from this primal new source, would carry the flame like a rushing star to every temple in every city. From there, the people would bring the new fire into their own homes, relighting their hearths and their lives. The world had been granted another 52 years. The sun would rise again. This new fire ceremony was the ultimate expression of the Aztec relationship with time. It was not a passive counting of days, but an active, desperate collaboration with the gods. They did not assume the sun would rise. They believed they had to earn it, to prove their devotion through this ultimate ritual, convincing the cosmos to grant their fragile world one more turn of the great wheel. This single flame struck from a human heart was the most precious light in the world. As it caught and grew on that dark hilltop, a wave of pure relief washed across the valley. The waiting runners, their bodies tense with cold and fear, now sprang into action. The first torch was lit from that primal source, and then another and another, until a river of fire began to flow down from the hill of the star. These were not mere messengers, they were the arteries of the empire, carrying the pulse of life itself. They raced through the night, their torches cutting swift, bright paths through the blackness, heading for the temples of every major city. From those temples, secondary runners would then carry the flame further, to every town, every village, every neighborhood, until the entire land was reconnected by a web of light. Imagine the sight from the rooftops, where families still huddled in the cold. First, a single distant pinprick of fire on the hill, then the moving stars of the runners. Then a glow from the Great Pyramid in the city center, and finally, a neighbor arriving with a brand lit from the new fire, offering its warmth to relight your own hearth. The roar of joy that greeted this was more than celebration. It was the sound of a civilization exhaling. The world had been renewed. Their prayers, their sacrifice had worked. The sun would rise again, and life would continue for another 52 years. This was not a metaphor to them. It was a literal, physical transaction. The fire was the sun, and the sun was time. By creating a new fire, they were reigniting the sun itself, convincing the cosmos to grant their fragile world one more cycle. The entire ceremony was a breathtaking act of collective faith, a desperate and beautiful agreement between humanity and the divine to keep the great wheel of existence turning. But who held the responsibility of reading this celestial code? The entire system of time and fate rested on the shoulders of a specialized class of priests known as the Tonalpauc, the keepers of the day count. These were not merely holy men, they were the empire's master astrologers, its mathematicians of destiny, trained from youth to interpret the complex language of the calendar. Their lives were dedicated to one purpose, maintaining the fragile balance between the human world and the cosmic one, chosen as children, their training was a relentless immersion in memory and ritual. They were required to memorize by heart the entire 260-day cycle, along with the unique meaning of every single combination of number and sign. They learned the complex patron deities, the omens for good and ill, and the intricate rituals needed to appease the gods on any given day. Their lifestyle was one of extreme asceticism, involving frequent bloodletting from their own ears and tongues as offerings, long periods of fasting, and nights spent in vigil. This self-denial was not for its own sake. It was a way to sharpen their spiritual perception, to make themselves into clean, hollow vessels through which the will of the gods could be clearly heard. Their role in society was absolutely fundamental. When a child was born, it was a tonalpauk who was summoned. He would not consult a written chart, for the knowledge was etched into his mind. He would calculate the sacred date of the birth, and from that derive the child's name and forecast the path of their life. A baby born on a day of strong, fortunate energy might be given a name reflecting power or beauty, while one born on a more challenging day might receive a name meant to ward off misfortune or instill resilience. This was the first and most important act of a person's life, an official recognition of their place in the cosmic order, but their influence extended far beyond the cradle. No emperor would dream of launching a military campaign, setting a coronation date, or even beginning a major construction project without first consulting the tonalpauk. The priests would scan the sacred calendar, searching for the most auspicious alignment of forces. Was there a day whose energy favored the warrior spirit of the eagle? Was there a date to be avoided because it was ruled by the chaotic force of the number 5? The fate of the entire state could hinge on their interpretation. They were the ultimate advisors, the bridge between the tangible needs of an empire and the invisible currents of time itself. Through their rigorous discipline and profound knowledge, they gave the people a map to navigate the uncertainties of existence, transforming the terrifying chaos of an unpredictable cosmos into a structured, decipherable destiny. At the very heart of that great stone wheel, surrounded by the rings of time and cataclysm, glares the face of Tenatia, the fifth son. His is a visage of pure necessity, his tongue a sharpened sacrificial knife, his hands not human hands but claws, each gripping a human heart. This central image is the brutal, beautiful answer to the question posed by the entire calendar: why must there be sacrifice? The Aztecs saw the cosmos not as a self-sustaining machine, but as a living, breathing entity that required constant nourishment. Just as maize needs water and soil to grow, they believed the sun itself needed a very specific kind of fuel to continue its daily journey across the heavens, the precious liquid of life, human blood. This was not an act of random cruelty. It was a sacred transaction, a desperate bargain struck with the universe itself. The myth told of how the gods, in the time of darkness before the sun, had to sacrifice themselves to set the great wheel in motion. The great god Nanahuatzin, diseased and humble, leaped into a divine bonfire to become the sun itself, but the newborn sun hung motionless in the sky. It demanded payment for its movement, so the other gods, in an act of ultimate offering, cut open their own chests and gave their hearts and blood to Tanatia, setting him on his path. Humanity, born from the ground-up bones of those previous gods and watered with their blood, inherited this sacred debt. We are, in the Aztec view, literally made from sacrifice, and so we are obligated to continue it. Every heart offered to Tanatia was a replay of that primordial moment, a direct participation in the divine work of keeping the cosmos alive. His terrible, demanding face at the center of the stone is a permanent reminder of this contract. It was the belief that the sun would literally die without this sustenance, that the world would freeze in an eternal starless night, and the fifth earthquake would finally come. So when a priest raised a heart to the sky, he was not just performing a ritual, he was feeding a god, he was holding back the darkness for one more sunrise. He was maintaining a destiny written in the stars, a destiny of obligation, where life could only continue through the willing gift of life itself. Flanking the sun god's demanding face are 4 stark square boxes, each one a tombstone for an entire world. These are the symbols of the 4 previous suns, the eras that existed and were annihilated before our own. Their presence on the stone is a permanent lesson in cosmic history, a warning that our own time is just the latest chapter in a repeating story of creation and destruction. The box in the upper right shows the date 4 Jaguar. This symbol marks the first sun, the era of giants ruled by Tezcatlipoca. The jaguar was not just an animal, it was the embodiment of the earth's dark, devouring power. The myth tells us this world ended when jaguars surged from the shadows, tearing the sun from the sky and consuming every last one of its giant inhabitants. It was a primal end, a return to the chaotic darkness from which everything first emerged. Directly opposite, in the upper left, is the glyph for 4 wind. This was the second sun, governed by the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl. The wind glyph looks like a cross-section of a precious jewel, a symbol of the air's invisible but immense force. This world of grace and power was not crushed but scoured away. A monstrous hurricane swept across the land, so powerful it transformed the surviving people into monkeys, creatures who could only cling to the trees as their entire civilization was erased by the very element that gave them breath. Below it, in the lower left, sits the symbol for 4 rain. This third sun was the domain of the rain god Tlaloc, but its end came not from gentle water, but from a rain of pure fire. The glyph shows a storm cloud raining down droplets, but these droplets are not water, they are fiery sparks and chunks of molten rock. This world was consumed in a celestial inferno, a downpour of fire that turned the earth to ash and glass, a terrifying inversion of the life-giving rain that once sustained it. Finally, in the lower right is the glyph for 4 water, representing the 4th sun ruled by the water goddess Chalchut-Likyu. This glyph depicts waves of water, and its story is one of a great flood. For 52 years, the heavens broke open, submerging the entire world in a deluge that changed even the people, transforming them into the fish that now swam through the ruins of their sunken cities. Each of these panels is more than a historical marker. They are a prophecy of pattern. Every single one of these worlds was destroyed by the very force that defined it. The world of earth was eaten by the earth. The world of wind was carried away by the wind. The world sustained by rain was burned by a rain of fire, and the world of sweet water was drowned in water. This is the stone's ultimate warning, a cyclical law of the cosmos. Our own world, the 5th sun, is the sun of movement. Its glyph for earthquake is not depicted among these 4, for it is our own ongoing era. And according to the pattern set in stone, our world, defined by movement, will one day be destroyed by movement, by a final world-shattering earthquake. The calendar is not just tracking time, it is tracking our proximity to this destined end, a constant reminder that the forces which give life can also inevitably take it away. Surrounding the faces of fallen suns is a great carved circle that turns the entire stone into a cosmic clock face. This is the ring of the 20-day signs, the very soul of the Tonal Pohueli made visible. Each symbol is carved with stunning clarity, a gallery of sacred emblems set in an endless loop. To walk around the stone is to walk through the cycle of destiny itself, beginning with the formidable Sipakli, the crocodile. His scaly head and powerful jaws are a symbol of primal beginnings, of the fertile swamp from which all life emerged. Following him is Ehecatl, the wind, depicted not as a gust of air, but as the stylized mask of the wind god, his mouth forming a mouthpiece through which the breath of change would flow. Then comes Kali, the house, shown as a simple, sturdy structure with a single entrance, a sanctuary of stability and family life. The lively lizard Quetzalcoatl appears next, its body curved in a graceful, agile arc, forever captured in a moment of sun-basked motion. The coiled serpent Codal follows, a creature of profound duality, its body often shown twisted into the shape of a spiral, representing the endless cycles of death and rebirth. The stark skull of Miquisli, death, serves as a sobering reminder of the transitions that give life its meaning. Then the gentle Mazatl, the deer, turns its head, its antlers a delicate crown symbolizing a sensitive connection to the forest. The playful rabbit Tochtli is often shown with one ear raised, an image of alertness and fertility. The symbol for Adel, water, resembles a precious jade bead with streams flowing from it, capturing the essence of emotion and the unconscious mind. The loyal dog Itzcuintli sits patiently, its form clear and dependable. The clever monkey Ozamatli is frequently depicted in a crouch, as if ready to spring into some new mischief or invention. The twisted blades of melanelli, the grass, speak directly to the tenacity and binding strength of those born under its sign. The upright reed, a cattle, stands tall and straight, a natural symbol of truth and authority. The powerful jaguar, oslotl, is shown in profile, its spotted pelt and formidable fangs radiating a fierce shamanic energy. Then the eagle Quetzalcoatl soars with its wings spread wide, a timeless emblem of visionary power and martial spirit. The vulture Quetzalcoatl perches with a quiet dignity, its role as a purifier and renewer etched into its patient posture. The dynamic glyph for Allen movement is perhaps the most captivating, looking like a stylized X or a butterfly in motion, its very form suggesting the seismic shifts it represents. The sharp, double-edged form of Tecpatl, the flint knife, follows, an instrument of both sacrifice and sharp, undeniable truth. The glyph for Quetzalcoatl rain shows a cloud releasing its bounty, a symbol of sudden emotional nourishment and release. And finally, the cycle closes with the beautiful open blossom of Xochitl, the flower, a perfect representation of art, love, and the pure joy of existence. This circular procession is the stone's masterstroke. There is no beginning and no end to this ring, only an eternal revolution. The crocodile does not simply lead to the wind, which leads to the house, and so on, until the story is over. No, after the flower falls, the cycle begins again with the crocodile, rising once more from the primordial waters. This visual design is a profound statement about the nature of time and self. Your fate was not a straight path from birth to death, but a spiral. You would encounter the energies of the rabbit, the flint, and the eagle again and again throughout your life, each time with a different numerical charge, offering new lessons and new challenges. This ring transforms the abstract idea of a sacred cycle into something you can almost touch, a stone path for the soul to walk, forever turning within the great silent machinery of the stars. Encircling the calendar's rings of destiny, two immense fire serpents coil around the stone's edge, their bodies blazing with stone feathers and their gaping jaws framing the face of the sun. They are more than mere decoration, they are the burning path of the sun itself, the celestial road traveled each day from dawn to dusk. Their bodies, studded with symbolic stars, connect the sun's journey to the wider cosmos, tying the entire design together into a single, unified vision of a living universe. Beyond these serpents, in the stone's outermost band, lies a final, profound layer of meaning, a depiction of the starry sky. Here, the Aztecs carved their understanding of the heavens, mapping the constellations that watched over their world. But one celestial body held power above all others, its symbol repeated with deliberate significance, the planet Venus. The Aztecs were master astronomers, and their observations of Venus were breathtakingly precise. They had calculated its 584-day synodic cycle, the time it takes for Venus to return to the same point in the sky relative to the Sun, with remarkable accuracy. They tracked its dual identity as the morning and evening star, its dramatic disappearances and reappearances. This was not just a scientific pursuit, it was a matter of spiritual and political survival. Venus was intimately linked to Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god of wind, wisdom, and life itself. In his aspect as Tlahuas Calpantecutli, the Lord of the Dawn, he was the Venus of the morning, a harbinger often associated with conflict and the throwing of spears of light. The first appearance of Venus as the morning star after a period of invisibility was considered a moment of immense danger and potent omen. Its brilliant, piercing light in the pre-dawn sky was seen as a celestial dart thrown at the sun, a challenge that could destabilize the cosmic order. Priests would consult the sacred calendar to see which day sign coincided with this reappearance. If it rose on a day like one read, a date sacred to Quetzalcoatl, it might be interpreted as a sign of his favor. But if it appeared on a day of ill omen like 5 Lizard, it could signal coming strife, famine, or the need for a major war to capture sacrifices and restore balance. The planet's cycles were thus woven directly into the fabric of prophecy and statecraft. The entire calendar, from the day count at its heart to the stars on its rim, was a single integrated system. The fire serpents carrying the sun, the stars mapping the night, and the ominous wanderings of Venus were all part of the same great mechanism. It was a mechanism that demanded constant vigilance, for a shift in the heavens was never just an astronomical event. It was a direct message from the gods, a ripple in fate that required an immediate and decisive human response. This was a world where time itself had a weight you could feel. For the Aztecs, the turning of the calendar was not a passive countdown toward a distant future. It was a heavy, sacred force that demanded to be carried, a cosmic burden shared between the gods and humanity. Their concept of time was not a straight line marching toward progress, but a great cyclical wheel that would grind to a catastrophic halt without constant ritual effort. Each day that passed was not simply checked off, it was a unit of spiritual energy that accumulated, building up a debt that required payment. The sun, Tanatia, did not rise out of mere habit. It moved because it was fed. The entire cosmic machinery, from the stars in their paths to the very breath in your lungs, was understood as a fragile, living entity that needed sustenance. This sustenance was Chalchihuatl, the precious liquid human blood offered in sacrifice. Every ritual act was a direct transaction, a way of greasing the great gears of existence to keep them from seizing up. The calendar was the operating manual for this cosmic engine. It told the priests not just when to plant corn, but when the sun was most hungry, when the rains might fail without an offering, when the accumulated weight of the days threatened to collapse in on itself and trigger the final earthquake. This transforms our understanding of that great stone disk. It was not a clock, it was a living entity in its own right. It was a divine instrument that actively demanded participation. To read its symbols was to accept a share of the burden, to take up your role in the most vital work of all, the work of holding the world together for one more sunrise, one more cycle, one more turn of the great heavy wheel of time. So where does this leave the individual born into a world where the stars seem to write your name? If your birth date locked in your fate, were you merely a passenger on a predetermined path? The Aztec answer to this eternal question was both sophisticated and deeply spiritual, centered on a vital force called your tonally. This was not a simple soul in the way we might conceive of it, but a kind of animating destiny energy, a portion of the sun's own heat and vitality that descended into a child at the moment of their first breath. Your tonally was your spiritual weight, your luck, and your inherent potential, all dictated by the specific combination of number and day sign active when you were born. It set the landscape of your life, outlining the mountains you were meant to climb and the rivers you were destined to cross. A person born with a strong, fortunate tonally under a sign like the eagle might be naturally inclined toward leadership and vision. Someone with a more challenging tonally, perhaps under the sign of flint, might face a life requiring greater discipline and resilience. But here is the crucial nuance: this destiny was a map, not a prison sentence. You still had to walk the path. The Aztecs believed fervently in personal responsibility and the power of human action to navigate and even alter the course of a life. This is where the tonalpauk, the calendar priests, became essential guides. They were the master interpreters of this celestial map. If your tonally indicated a propensity for indulgence, a priest could prescribe specific penances, rituals, and periods of fasting to help you strengthen your willpower. If your destiny pointed toward conflict, he might advise you on the most auspicious days to engage in battle, or conversely, to seek peaceful resolution. The calendar itself was the tool for this navigation. You could not change your birth sign, but you could absolutely choose when to act, planning a crucial business venture. A priest would consult the tonalpohueli to find a day with the energy of prosperity and stability, like a well-aspected crocodile or reed day, and advise you to avoid a day ruled by the chaotic force of the number 5. This was not superstition, it was a form of spiritual timing, an effort to align your human endeavors with the favorable currents of the cosmos. Your destiny was the hand you were dealt, but how you played that hand with guidance, discipline, and conscious choice was the ultimate measure of your life. It was a collaborative dance with the divine, where your free will was not the freedom to change your destiny, but the profound responsibility to fulfill it with wisdom and courage. This cosmic weight of destiny would soon press down on a single man, the Emperor Moctezuma II. Across the gulf of years, a specific prophecy had been ticking toward its moment, one tied directly to the great feathered serpent himself, Quetzalcoatl. The myth was clear. Long ago, after giving humanity the gift of maize and ceasing the sacrifice of humans, Quetzalcoatl had been driven from his city of Tolan. He traveled to the coast, and there, consumed by grief and fire, he sailed away to the east upon a raft of serpents. But as he departed, he made a solemn promise. He would return one day in a one-rage year to reclaim his rightful kingdom and restore his benevolent rule. The calendars, those great interlocking wheels of time, had marked this promise in their endless turning. And now, as Moctezuma's priests scanned the sacred counts, they found themselves living in the year one raid. The air in the imperial court grew thick with dread and anticipation. Every strange omen was scrutinized, every dream analyzed. Reports arrived of bizarre visions, of a mountain moving on the water, of men with pale skin and beards arriving from the exact direction from which the god had departed. For Moctezuma, this was not a potential political or military crisis, it was a cosmic one. The very framework of his reality, the calendar that dictated the rhythm of life and the will of the gods, was pointing directly at this unfolding event. Were these strangers Quetzalcoatl and his divine entourage returning as foretold? The prophecy created a paralysis of interpretation. How do you fight a god whose return was written in the stars? This was the terrifying power of a belief system so deeply intertwined with cyclical time. The arrival of the Spanish conquistadors under Hernán Cortés was not merely an invasion, it was a moment of apocalyptic convergence. It was a date on the sacred calendar coming to life, a destiny foretold in stone and story now manifesting on the shores of his empire. Moctezuma's initial hesitation, his sending of lavish gifts and ambassadors instead of immediate, overwhelming force, was born from this profound spiritual dilemma. He was not just facing foreign soldiers, he was confronting a predicted end to his own reign, a chapter in the cosmic story that his people had been waiting for and fearing for centuries. The collision of two worlds was guided by an ancient prophecy, making the unfolding tragedy not just a battle of swords, but a heartbreaking conflict of faith. Your first act in the world was to be named by a priest. Just days after your birth, the Tonalpohueli would be consulted, and your identity was drawn directly from the day sign's energy. A boy born on a day of the eagle might be named Cuautli, destined for the warrior's path. A girl born on a day of the flower could become Xochitl, her life expected to embody beauty and art. This was not a random choice, it was a sacred assignment, a declaration of the inherent strengths and challenges you were meant to carry from your very first breath. Your name was your destiny, a constant reminder of the cosmic forces that shaped you. This profound connection to the calendar extended to every major milestone of your life. When two people wished to marry, their families did not simply pick a convenient date. They would take the birth dates of the bride and groom to a tonalpouk, who would carefully analyze the interplay of their tonally. He sought a day where their energies would harmonize, perhaps a day ruled by the number 2 for partnership, or a sign like the house for domestic stability. A marriage conducted on an inauspicious day, one ruled by the chaotic number 5 or the sign of the rabbit, was believed to be fraught with risk, potentially leading to strife or infidelity. The same meticulous timing applied to building a home. The breaking of ground for a new house was a serious undertaking, an act that could either anchor a family in safety or invite spiritual discord. A day under the sign of the crocodile, with its grounding earth energy, was ideal for such a foundation, while a day of movement or wind was carefully avoided, lest the home itself become unstable. Even going to war was a decision made by the stars. The state's military campaigns were scheduled for days that amplified the warrior spirit, often under the signs of the eagle or the jaguar, and timed to avoid days of bad omen that could lead to defeat. This intricate scheduling reached into the bustling heart of commerce, the great marketplaces. These were not held every day, but on specific fixed days of the sacred cycle. You would know it was a market day by the energy in the air, by the crowds gathering under the sign of the dog for loyalty in trade, or the monkey for clever bargaining. The entire rhythm of the economy pulsed to the beat of the tonal pohueli. So you see, the great stone calendar was not locked away in a temple for priests alone. It was a living, breathing presence in the life of every Aztec, from the emperor to the maize farmer. Prophecy was not an abstract concept discussed by mystics. It was the very fabric of daily existence. It was the name you answered to, the day you married, the foundation of your home, and the schedule of the market where you bartered for your food. Destiny was the most practical tool they possessed, a divine clockwork ticking at the center of every ordinary moment. Each of the 18 Ventina festivals was a chapter in a year-long drama of survival. These were not holidays of leisure, but intense communal acts of cosmic maintenance, where the entire city participated in rituals designed to nourish the gods and keep the delicate machinery of time and nature turning. The stakes were nothing less than the continuation of the world itself. One of the most pivotal was the Festival of Toxcatl, held in the 5th month, a time of immense dread dedicated to the supreme god Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror. For an entire year, a single flawless young man was chosen to become the god's living image. He was treated as a deity incarnate, dressed in fine robes, taught to play the flute, and surrounded by honor. He walked through the city smelling flowers and smoking cigars, a living symbol of Tezcatlipoca's grace and power. But this was all a prelude to a profound transformation. At the climax of the festival, this beautiful impersonator would climb the steps of the great temple, breaking a flute on each step. At the summit, he was swiftly sacrificed, his heart offered to the sun. His body was then carefully flayed, and a priest would wear his skin, becoming the new, terrifying embodiment of the god. This ritual was a profound metaphor for the nature of power and the fragility of life itself, a reminder that even the most beautiful and powerful things must be broken and transformed to sustain the cosmos. Another crucial festival honored Sip Todak, our Lord the Flayed One, during the second month of Tilakak Sip Huelistli. This was the time for planting the main maize crop, and the rituals mirrored the earth's own process of renewal. Captured warriors were forced to fight in gladiatorial contests on a large stone, a symbolic battle between day and night. The victors, representing the sun's strength, were then sacrificed. In the most striking ritual, priests would wear the flayed skins of these victims for 20 days. This gruesome costume was not an act of cruelty, but a powerful symbol of the earth putting on a new skin of vegetation. As the rotting skin dried and cracked, it was seen as the fertile soil cracking to allow new seeds to sprout. When the priests finally removed the skins, it symbolized the ripe maize husk being peeled away to reveal the nourishing corn inside. The entire city witnessed this cycle of death, wearing and shedding, understanding that the food on their tables was a direct result of this sacred, bloody transaction between humanity and the divine. These festivals were the ultimate fulfillment of prophecy, the living enactment of the calendar's demands. They were the scheduled payments on a cosmic debt, ensuring the sun had the strength to rise and the rains would come in their season. To participate in the dances, to witness the sacrifices, was to take an active role in holding back the eternal darkness, one ritual, one heartbeat at a time. This sacred contract was paid in the most precious currency imaginable, human life itself. The Aztecs did not see sacrifice as an act of violence, but as the fundamental mechanism of cosmic renewal, a direct and necessary transaction to keep the universe from collapsing into permanent darkness. The calendar dictated the schedule for these payments, its prophecies pointing to specific days when the sun, the earth, or the rain gods would grow weak and demand their due. A festival was not merely a celebration, it was a spiritual undertaking of immense gravity, where the entire community participated in the solemn duty of feeding the gods. The most common form was heart sacrifice, known as tilaka kalisli. A captive, often a warrior captured for this very purpose, would be led up the steep steps of a pyramid temple. At the summit, under the open sky, 4 priests would hold him down over a convex stone, while a 5th priest, with a single practiced motion, would open his chest with an obsidian blade and lift his still beating heart to the sun. This heart was not just an organ, it was Teolia, the sun's own energy captured in a human vessel, offered back to its source as the ultimate sustenance. The body, called the Eagle Man, was then rolled down the temple steps, a final dramatic return to the earth that had nurtured him. This was not an act of waste, but a complete offering of the entire person, spirit and flesh, to the divine forces that sustained all life. The rain god Tlaloc required a different kind of offering. His festivals called for the sacrifice of children, their tears believed to be a powerful entreaty for the coming of the rains. The more the children wept, the more potent the offering was considered. their tears symbolizing the very rain the people so desperately needed for their maize crops. Through our modern lens, these acts are horrifying, but through theirs, it was the ultimate expression of a shared destiny. Every person, from the emperor to the farmer, understood that their own lives, their full bellies, and the sunrise the next morning depended on this sacred exchange. The blood of the sacrificed was the water and fertilizer for the cosmic order, the only thing strong enough to postpone the prophesied earthquake that would end the fifth sun. To refuse this duty was to condemn the entire world to an eternal frozen night. The calendar was the reminder of this debt, and its turning pages were a countdown to the next required payment, a cycle of life given so that life could continue. The Great Stone Calendar was not merely a diagram, it was an observatory. The Aztecs were master astronomers, and their entire capital, Tenochtitlan, was a vast celestial instrument. The Templo Mayor, the twin pyramid complex at the city's heart, was precisely aligned so that on the spring equinox, the rising sun would crown one temple, and on the autumn equinox the other. This was not a coincidence. It was a deliberate act of architecture designed to marry the earth to the heavens, to anchor their world within the visible cycles of the sun. Their observations went far beyond our own star. The Pleiades star cluster held a special terror and significance for them. They called it the fire drill, and its annual zenith, its highest point in the night sky, was the celestial signal for the most important ritual of all, the new fire ceremony. Priests would watch this tight knot of stars with an almost unbearable intensity, knowing that if it failed to cross the meridian on that fateful night, the universe would simply stop. But their most precise and feared calculations involved the planet Venus. They tracked its 584-day cycle with astonishing accuracy, knowing exactly when it would vanish as the evening star and reappear as the morning star. This reappearance was a moment of immense danger. The brilliant light of Venus in the dawn sky was seen as a spear thrown by the god Tlahuascalpantecutli, a direct challenge to the sun that could bring famine, war, and chaos. The calendar was the tool that turned this raw astronomical data into prophecy. By knowing exactly when Venus would return, they could consult the Tonalpohualli to see which day sign would greet it. A return on a day like one reed, sacred to Quetzalcoatl, was one thing, but a return on a day of ill omen was a call to action, a divine mandate to perform specific rituals or even launch a flowery war to capture sacrifices and restore the cosmic balance. Their ability to predict eclipses was the ultimate form of foresight. When they calculated that the sun or moon would be darkened, it was not a neutral scientific event. It was a catastrophic omen, a moment when the sun or moon was being eaten, threatening the very fabric of reality. The entire priesthood would mobilize, performing frenzied rituals of bloodletting, blowing conch shells, and shouting to frighten away the celestial monster causing the eclipse. This was the calendar's ultimate purpose, to transform the terrifying movements of the heavens into a predictable schedule of divine needs. It was a system that allowed them to see the future written in the stars, not to accept it passively, but to meet it head-on with ritual and offering, to answer the cosmos before the cosmos could destroy them. The Spanish conquest tried to shatter the stone. When Hernán Cortés and his men entered Tenochtitlan, they saw the great calendar not as a universe in stone, but as a monument to idolatry that had to be torn down. In the brutal years that followed, the systematic destruction of Aztec temples and sacred objects was a primary goal. The great calendar stone itself was buried face down, hidden beneath the cobblestones of the new main plaza, as if to crush its power forever. The keeping of the Tonalpohualli was outlawed, and the Tonalpauc, the calendar priests, were persecuted, their knowledge driven into the shadows. It was an attempt to sever an entire people from their cosmic clock, to stop the great wheel of prophecy from turning. But you cannot erase a universe so easily. The knowledge did not die, it simply went underground, carried in the memories of elders and hidden communities who refused to let their world end. In secret villages, away from the eyes of the friars, the day counts were whispered, the names of the signs remembered. The 20 sacred days became a secret language of identity, a spiritual resistance against total erasure. This is where something remarkable happened, a process scholars call syncretism. The old gods and the new saints began to merge in the people's imagination. The rain god Tlaloc found a counterpart in Saint John the Baptist, both associated with life-giving water. The mother goddess Tonantzin was seamlessly woven into the veneration of the Virgin of Guadalupe, who appeared on the very same hill that had been Tonantzin's sacred site. The Catholic calendar of saints' days provided a perfect public mask for the ancient sacred cycle. A festival for a particular saint might be celebrated on the same day that, in the hidden Tonalpohualli, was governed by a day sign with a similar energy. The old prophecies of fate and destiny were repackaged within the framework of Christian piety, ensuring their survival. Even today, in the folk practices of modern Mexico, you can find echoes of this resilient system. Traditional healers known as curanderos might still use a form of the day signs in their divinations, diagnosing spiritual ailments not just with herbs, but by considering the energy of a person's birth sign. The belief that your name and your nature are linked to the day you were born persists in many rural communities, a quiet testament to a worldview that refused to be extinguished. The stone calendar was dug up centuries later, but the true legacy was never buried in the ground. It lived on in the living memory of a people who found a way to make the old prophecy fit inside the new world, ensuring that the 20 souls of the sacred cycle would continue to walk, unseen but unbroken, through time itself. Let us decode a specific date from this ancient calendar to feel its living pulse for ourselves. Imagine a person born on the day one flower, or in the Nahuatl language, Xizochitl. From their very first breath, this individual is touched by the essence of beauty, art, and the pure joy of life. The number one brings the spark of new beginnings and pure potential, while the sign of the flower infuses every moment with a search for harmony and pleasure. This is a person destined to notice the delicate curve of a petal, to find music in the rhythm of the rain, and to create beauty wherever they go. Their life path is one of artistic expression, whether through painting, poetry, dance, or simply through a remarkable talent for making their surroundings and relationships more lovely. They are the natural charmers, the ones who can diffuse tension with a smile and draw people together through their innate warmth and appreciation for life's finest things. They are often blessed with good fortune in matters of love and friendship, as their presence is a gift that others naturally gravitate toward. Yet, like any sign, this destiny carries its own sacred challenges. The very love of beauty that defines them can, at times, become a trap. The pursuit of pleasure might tip into overindulgence, a reluctance to face life's necessary hardships. The world of the flower is one of blooming and fragrance, but it can be averse to the grittier realities of soil and thorn. A person born on one flower might struggle with a tendency to avoid conflict or unpleasant truths, preferring to maintain a beautiful facade rather than engage with a difficult reality. Their great spiritual task is to learn that true, lasting beauty is not found in perfection, but in the whole cycle of growth, decay, and rebirth. They must discover that joy is not a constant state to be grasped, but a profound gratitude that can be felt even amidst life's storms. So if your own spirit feels a kinship with this description, what beautiful creation have you been putting off? What small moment of joy can you cultivate today? This is the power of the tonal pohueli. It turns the abstract concept of fate into a personal conversation with your own deepest potential. This final destiny, the great earthquake, was the shadow that loomed behind every dawn. The Aztecs did not see their world as a permanent home, but as a temporary stage, the fifth and fragile attempt at creation, perpetually on the verge of being shaken apart. This was not a distant theological concept, it was a visceral, daily reality. The knowledge that their sun, their era, was fated to end in a cataclysm of movement infused every aspect of their society with a profound and urgent purpose. Why wage constant war? Why offer so many lives to the gods? These were not acts of random cruelty, but a desperate collective strategy for cosmic preservation. Every captive taken in battle was not merely a prisoner, but a piece of potential fuel for the sun. Every heart offered on the temple was a direct plea to the universe, a bargain struck to strengthen tenacia just enough to complete one more journey across the sky. Their relentless militarism, which we might see as empire building, was to them a form of cosmic recycling. They called them flowery wars, ritual battles fought not for land or treasure, but for a single sacred resource, the human spirit energy needed to feed the starving gods and postpone the final tremor. This belief created a society living on a spiritual knife's edge. The grandeur of their cities, the precision of their calendars, the sheer scale of their rituals, all of it was a magnificent and frantic effort to build a dam against an inevitable flood. Their entire civilization was an argument whispered into the void, a plea for more time, bought with the only currency the cosmos would accept. The shadow of the end gave a terrifying, beautiful meaning to their existence. Every ritual was a defiance of the darkness, a conscious choice to fight for one more sunrise in a world destined for ruin. That global frenzy over the year 2012 was a classic case of a message getting lost in translation across centuries. The idea that the ancient Maya predicted a definitive end of the world was a modern myth, a dramatic story woven from a misunderstanding of their long count calendar. This vast cycle was simply completing one of its great turns, much like our own calendar resets on December 31st, not with an apocalypse, but with the quiet promise of January 1st. The Aztec system, with its own powerful prophecies, was often lumped into this hysteria, but its view of cosmic endings was far more nuanced and relentless. Their fear was not pinned to a single far-off date. It was a cyclical terror that returned with the dying of the fires every 52 years. The end of their world was not a one-time event, but a recurring possibility that demanded constant vigilance and payment. The true sophistication of these calendars is utterly lost when we force them into a Hollywood narrative of a single, explosive finale. They were not counting down to a finish line. They were tracking the rhythm of a living universe that required active participation to sustain. The real prophecy was not about a final day, but about the eternal responsibility of all life to nourish the cosmos, a cycle of giving that never truly ends. The language of the calendar was not confined to a single stone, but painted the entire civilization in its sacred symbols. This system of time and prophecy was a living visual language, etched into the very objects Aztec people touched and the spaces they inhabited every single day. Walk through the bustling marketplace of Tenochtitlan, and you would see this language everywhere. A nobleman's cloak might be embroidered with the elegant swirl of the movement glyph Alin, declaring his dynamic spirit. A warrior's shield crafted from wood and feathers would not bear a random design, but the fierce spotted face of Oslotl, the jaguar, invoking the animal's stealth and power in battle. Even the humble clay cup used for drinking chocolate could be incised with the sign for rabbit, a playful nod to the joy and celebration associated with the drink itself. These were not mere decorations, they were silent declarations of identity, hopes, and prayers, woven directly into the fabric of daily life. The sacred code was carved into the bones of the city itself. The walls of temples and palaces were not blank stone, they were great canvases for cosmic stories. A processional staircase might be flanked by repeating glyphs for Reed, symbolizing the stability and authority of the state. A temple dedicated to the rain god Tlaloc could have its facade adorned with a continuous band of the water sign, Atl, visually invoking the downpours the people so desperately needed. The Grand Plaza was a living manuscript where every citizen, whether a priest or a porter, was subtly surrounded by the symbols of their destiny. To live in an Aztec city was to be constantly reminded of your place within the turning wheels of time, with prophecy etched into the very walls you walked past. For the Aztec elite, personal adornment was a powerful way to align oneself with celestial forces. Jewelry was far more than a display of wealth. It was a form of spiritual armor and affirmation. An emperor might wear a pectoral carved from jade in the shape of the day sign of his birth, a constant reminder of his sacred charge and the inherent strengths he was meant to embody. A queen's ear spools could be crafted from gold, formed into the delicate petals of the flower sign, Xochitl, aligning her with beauty, artistry, and the goddess Xochiquetzal. A necklace of carved serpent vertebrae was not just a macabre trophy, but a direct connection to Cotl, the serpent, a symbol of transformation and hidden wisdom. By wearing these symbols, they were not just accessorizing, they were wrapping themselves in the energy of their tonali, their soul force, and publicly displaying their understanding of the cosmic order. The most complete illustrations of this visual language were the codices, the painted books that served as the civilization's libraries. These were not bound volumes with pages, but long strips of deerskin or bark paper, folded like an accordion and covered in vibrant illustrations and glyphs. In these books, the calendar was the primary organizing principle. A priest scribe would meticulously paint the 20-day signs in their proper order, often accompanied by the patron deities and the specific fates associated with each one. A section on divination might show a man born on the day 7 Wind becoming a successful merchant, his speech persuasive and his travels blessed, while a man born on the day 12 Flint might be depicted as a stern judge, his face impassive as he metes out justice. Here, the art was the prophecy, and the prophecy was art. The codices transformed the abstract concepts of the calendar into vivid, colorful narratives, providing a visual guide for priests to interpret the will of the gods and the destinies of the people. In this world, art was not separate from science or spirituality. It was the essential medium through which the cosmos was understood, and through which humanity found its beautiful, precarious place within the stars. That same sacred rhythm of 260 days pulsed through the heart of the Maya world to the south. Across the jungles and highlands of Mesoamerica, a shared intellectual tradition flourished, one that saw time as a divine cyclical force. The Maya also lived by a 260-day sacred calendar, which they called the Tzolk'in. Its structure was remarkably similar to the Aztec Tonalpohualli, a combination of 20-day signs with the numbers 1 through 13, creating that same 260-day spiritual cycle. This was no coincidence, but evidence of a deep regional understanding of cosmic order that transcended any single empire. Both civilizations used this sacred count to name their children, to guide their rituals, and to read the prophetic currents of destiny. They were both looking at the same celestial clock and deriving similar meanings from its turning hands. Yet, for all their shared foundations, the Maya developed a system of timekeeping that was even more expansive and mathematically precise. Where the Aztecs measured time in the great 52-year calendar round, the Maya conceived of a much grander scale, the long count. This was a linear count of days from a fixed starting point, a mythological day zero that scholars equate to August 11th, 3114 BC in our calendar. The long count was composed of nested cycles like a set of ever larger gears. The basic unit was the kin or day. 20 kins made a unal or month. 18 unals made a ton, a 360-day year. 20 tons made a katon, about 20 of our years, and 20 katons made a bakton, a cycle of nearly 400 years. The famous 2012 phenomenon was tied to the completion of a 13 bakton cycle, which the Maya saw not as an apocalyptic end, but as a monumental turning of the age, a time of profound renewal and transformation. Their glyphs for the day signs, while representing similar concepts, were entirely different in their artistic form. Where the Aztec day crocodile was a distinct reptilian head, the Maya glyph was a more abstract full-figure representation. Their system of writing allowed them to record these dates with breathtaking complexity on stone stelae and in their bark paper codices, detailing the precise long count date of a king's accession or a significant celestial event. This comparison shows us that the Aztecs were not an isolated phenomenon. They were brilliant inheritors and adapters of a millennia-old tradition. The Aztec focus was intensely practical and immediate, centered on the urgent 52-year renewal of their sun. The Maya gaze stretched across millennia, charting the slow, majestic sweep of cosmic eras. One system was a countdown to the next required sacrifice, the other a map of mythological time. Yet both sprang from the same fundamental belief that humanity lived within a sacred, scheduled cosmos, and that our highest duty was to learn its rhythms, fulfill its prophecies, and through our actions, help keep the great story turning. Our modern world races on a straight track toward an ever-receding horizon, but the Aztec calendar whispers of a different path entirely, one that turns in a sacred circle. This ancient stone offers us a profound corrective to our linear frenzy, a vision where human life is not separate from the turning seasons, the shifting stars, or the soil under our feet, but is woven directly into their fabric. We have fractured time into a commodity to be spent, saved, or wasted, but the Aztec mind saw it as a living relationship, a constant conversation with the cosmos. Their calendar was not a tool for efficiency, but a guide for integrity, reminding them that to plant a seed, to build a home, or to fall in love were all acts of cosmic significance that required alignment with the spiritual currents of the day. What if we began to listen for the energy of our own days, not to schedule more tasks, but to understand when to act and when to rest, when to push forward like the eagle, and when to turn inward like the house? This is not about abandoning modern life, but about weaving a thread of sacred awareness back into it. The calendar's emphasis on cycles of growth, decay, and renewal mirrors the most fundamental truths of our own existence and of the natural world we are part of. Our bodies have their own rhythms. The moon pulls on the tides within us, and the seasons of our own lives, youth, maturity, and elderhood, follow this eternal pattern. By honoring these rhythms instead of fighting them, we can step out of the frantic race and into a more mindful, spiritually attuned way of being. The Aztec farmer did not struggle against the dry season. He performed rituals for the rain god, participating in the cycle rather than demanding it change. In our own lives, this could mean honoring a period of creative drought as a necessary fallow time, or seeing a personal ending not as a failure, but as the completion of a 52-year cycle, making way for a new fire to be struck in the heart. This wisdom can even follow us into our dreams, where the linear mind releases its grip and the cyclical soul can speak. Perhaps the symbols that visit us in the night, the animals, the landscapes, the recurring themes are echoes of our own personal day signs, a deeper tonally calling for our attention. The stone's greatest gift may be this invitation to remember that we are not just living in time, we are in a constant collaborative dance with it. How might your life change if you saw your daily actions not as items on a list, but as prayers offered to the turning of your own unique and beautifully destined wheel? So let the great stone wheel turn now in your mind, a silent, steady rhythm in the darkness. The 20-day signs are no longer just carved symbols, but companions for your thoughts, each one a different kind of soul walking through the night. The cosmic weight of time, which once demanded such desperate payment, can feel now like a gentle, distant hum, the turning of a universe that is vast but not unkind. This was a civilization that found its meaning not in fighting the cycles of existence, but in learning to move with them, to read the stars as a map for the soul. Their entire world was a conversation with the cosmos, a prayer whispered in stone and blood to keep the dawn arriving, and in that there is a profound, forgotten peace. As you drift towards sleep, release the straight, frantic line of modern time and surrender to the older, deeper truth of the circle. There is a season for the eagle's ambition and a time for the house's rest, a moment for the serpent's transformation and a day for the flower's simple joy. Your own life has these seasons, these sacred turns. Let the knowledge that you are part of this ancient, endless rhythm ease your mind and slow your breath. Carry these whispers of prophecy and destiny with you into your dreams, where the boundaries between past and present soften, and where you might just hear the echo of your own name spoken in the language of the stars. May you wake with the sun, feeling restored and deeply connected to the timeless pulse of the world. Sweet dreams. I would love to know which of the 20 sacred day signs calls to your spirit. Share your sign in the comments, and until next time, may your own wheel turn smoothly.
you.